Okay, I am here. Yeah, not starting from the very beginning again. Sorry, cat is just being cute right now. But not starting from the very beginning again, but because I mean we've already basically done this, but there is new shit, so didn't completely finish the prologue tutorial, whatever you would call it, the whole Reichad system thing. I think this is the start of the thing. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of Sacred Cult operating aboard the ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. I'm not messing with the voice mod at the moment. I don't want to have to try to fucking bounce around. Not right now. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. Sure. I will commence preparation at once, Lord Captain. But yeah, I know I was playing this before, and we had gotten not decently far. We were like barely into going to all of our planets and shit. But the new DLC changed some stuff, fixed some stuff that I had issues with, some things that didn't get fixed that I used Toy Box for, like last time. But a much better combat thing that I think fits my view of my Rogue Trader that I wanted to do. Also, the fact that we get to fight, shit, what are they? Pretty. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the god.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
They fall silent as a tall woman steps forward. She moves toward you soundlessly, the dim light casting shadows across the mask which conceals her face. The masked cultists repeat the words in a mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin von Valentius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
The woman's slender finger has been fitted with a metal claw. She points it in your direction and gazes at you from behind her bone mask with the cold, grim eyes of an assassin. She pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord.
Also,
and
yeah,
offer
this was
proof
a,
of their
I got this off
devotion.
of the Nexus as a character icon. I really like this. I really like this. Their blades sing through the air, and rivulets of crimson flow onto the deck. The young woman bows her head reverently as she hands you a heavy parcel. The others bow their heads as well. They seem unconcerned by the blood that trickles down their fingers.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death.
Yay, new sword!
We give you one of our own.
Yeah!
Kibela.
Aw, it's two-handed.
She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors.
I mean, I can
The
have it as a
tenets of the
secondary.
web
No,
will
I want to have a staff
purify
as my
their
secondary.
souls.
I'll have to look at my stuff. I kind of wanted to do twin blades, but if this is an interesting two-handed, maybe. You have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Then the cultists. The cultists are all voidborn. Their live, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift certainty. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. The captives. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze, blood dripping down their tear-stained faces as the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing. Heal.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their entire every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
A ringing sound fills your ears, deafening the noise of the world around you. Time goes still. A voice whispers seductively in the back of your head. Yeah, because I got stabbed by the void knife, so I still have this fucker in my head for now. How interesting. Devout assassins who believe themselves to be instruments of a higher power. They revel in violence and cannot tell the difference between bloodthirst and piety. They follow their faith blindly, unaware of how closely they tread to corruption and depravity. Look at them. They stand on the edge of a precipice. The smallest push will send them plummeting into the abyss. You could be their downfall. All you have to do is push. What exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you. and your flagship.
Okay.
But there are others. The virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You kill innocent people.
We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life if his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs.
You mentioned the tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
You have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Tell me about yourself, Kibella. Are you the leader of the blood-spun web, or its herald? Or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
My shadow? We'll figure that out later, I guess. Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself.
You can see them in the background. Nice. I am serving the Emperor very well, thank you.
Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
I will judge the traitors myself.
Then, I will tell you of the treacherous blood that runs through their veins.
And welcome, Cow. These wretched apostates were caught trying to sabotage the reactor. They are guilty of treason. I swear, we are not A woman in a tattered protective suit pushed forward in protest, but her movement is halted by a thin cord wrapped around her neck. You notice that all the captives have been similarly restrained. The woman clutches her throat as a thin line of scarlet appears between her fingers. Theft of weapons, sabotage, and the death of the crew in Bay AL-82. Do you have... Subject displays arrogance, thinking one can serve the Emperor well despite being a flawed human. Suggest exterminatus the whole planning. That is very 40k of you, correct, yeah. Do you have proof of these charges, or are such claims the result of cultic revelations? There is doubt in the Infernus Master's gentle voice. With all due respect, it is difficult to discern the truth of these accusations without evidence. Divine visions and dark portents may be reason enough for you to shed blood, but not everyone here shares your perspective. Enough, Enric. The Lord Captain will decide the truth of these claims for himself. Was it true that these things were revealed to you through visions? The practice of sacred divination using the bones and sinews of a martyr led us to the reactor room. This is true. But it is also true that I beheld the act of treachery with my own eyes. Throw the traitorous scum out of an airlock. So be it. Mercy, Lord Captain! Mercy! Nah. If you're trying to fucking mess with the void reactor, you're, yeah, no, fuck you. I could not honor you by ushering the souls of those traitors to the other side. This troubles me, for I wish to serve you as the sword serves its master. Will you make me your shield and shadow, Domin Kalkarak Nagal? Your lordship, the spinners of the Bloodspun Web were watching, tracking, and killing Von Valancius' enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. Really? That's gotta be a long time. However, their blades have also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. The factotum swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Cabela. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I'm sure they must have had good reason. Master-at-Arms clears her threat. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the bloodspun web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of the ship. Scourge of the seditious or not, folk are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train drive to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malak did to earn that privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? Enric takes a drag of his low stick? I don't know. Cigarette, exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But this is a lower deck problem. What matters is the bloodspun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The bloodspun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House Von Silencius. Yeah, you'll be my shadow. I make that choice. Oh, she took her mask off. Your mask wasn't that good anyways. It wasn't a full face. Cabela's movements are slow, almost rhythmic as she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. By the way, we can romance her. Henceforth I am your shadow, Domin Kalkrok Nagal von Valancius, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his Terret forspoke. The young woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes you to know that the doors to the Undying One's temple are open to you. Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for the servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for lordship. Where is your temple located? I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Irene, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the blood-spun web. Did not know she was romanceable? Yeah, apparently she is. I saw that somewhere. Which, I mean, honestly, the only people that aren't really romanceable are, like, the side characters. And I think some of the men. I mean, you can romance the Eldar and you can romance the Navigator, which you think they wouldn't be romanceable. I'm still very sad we can't romance the Sister of Battle, though. Her path began deep within the flagship in the dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where yours must begin as well. The journey will bring closer to the thread of the web, closer to the undying one, closer to understanding death. I will walk in the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The vizier awaits you. The cultists retreat into the shadows of as Cabela sheathes her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Dumin Kalkarok Nagel. We will speak again when the time is right. And of course I have Toy Box, so I can romance everybody I want to without issue. Because I want to have that power. 40k is as much a power fantasy as it is grimdark. But yeah, I'm going to be going Blade Dancer and the Executioner. But I'm also a Psyker, because I want to be a Psyker. So I'm going to be fiddling around with this. No one has posted up an actual build guide or anything. So, yeah. The Rogue Trader ship is a veritable city sailing through the void. City? You mean planet. The ship has numerous compartments that you can visit. Navigate these compartments using the map of the ship. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Ah, I got a level up out of that. Sweet. Let's see. Let's up weapon skill to 40. A Blade Dancer attack made with a sword deal agility bonus damage plus agility bonus percent additional damage. This bonus damage is doubled if using a two-handed sword. Well, let me check something real quick. 2 swords equipped makes 2 attacks with each one. I could go two-handed. Let's see. Though there is one thing I want to grab first. Where is... Blade Dance is ridiculous. Yeah. It's fun, though. Okay, where's my... Is it here that I can up my psychic level? Base skills... Might not be. It might not be. I gotta wait for, what is this? Common talents. Wait. But it's a talent, so... Ah, there we go. I didn't notice they had a thing to sort, yes. Give me the Psyker Minoris. Oh yeah, I bet a Pyro, especially if you go Executioner, because you're putting a fire dot and a bleed dot basically with every attack, I think. Right now I'm Biomancer. I might dip into Pyro. I want to dip into... I want to dip into... What's the other one? I wanted to dip into Sanctic powers, but I might do Biomancy, Pyromancy. Because I can get Invigorate and then, like, Warp Speed from Biomancy. I would do Regeneration, but removing my bleeding wouldn't be good for something a little bit later on in... Because I looked at... I looked at the archetype of Executioner, and one of the things you can get here... for their ultimate skill, Carnival of Misery. Until the end of combat, all the Executioner's allies are healed by damage over time effects instead of suffering damage. The number of wounds restored is equal to the amount of damage that would be dealt by an effect after all modifiers are applied. So, bleeding yourself, which is something you can do with, like, the exsanguination and whatnot, setting yourself on fire, and then it's just like, okay, and then I'm healing off of it instead of taking damage. Granted, you gotta wait until you get, you know, this far into that to get that upgrade. But that's still an amazing upgrade. I mean, technically, you could sit there and basically go one path until you get here. Like, choose the two things, the pyro and all that stuff. Go more, like, heavier sustain until you get here. And then with this, change it to that. Now, granted, you still have to activate Carnival of Misery, which is your special ability for Executioner. But, yeah. Whenever the Executioner inflicts a damage over time effect on a target which is already suffering from an effect of the same type, the target immediately suffers an additional instance of damage from the initial effect. Until the end of combat, all damage dealt to enemies by damage over time effects is increased by 100% after all other modifiers. This effect stacks and can be inflicted by more than one Executioner, which you'd want to send her down the Executioner path too, because that's kind of what she's built for. Oh, I didn't see that one in my stuff. Okay. Though that might be from her one thing. Dance of Blood. Crimson Tide. A creature with Blood Blessed or Blood Stained effect gain +1 stacks of this effect each time it suffers damage from bleeding, burning, or toxin. Bleeding, burn, toxin. I think Crimson Tide for now. Just get more of that. Weapon skill. And then Acrobatic Artistry. And then Athletics. Medicaid would be good too. Weapon skill, get that up to 45. Do Blade in his hand. This is the slowest part of these types of games, is trying to figure out the stuff. Race Against Death is definitely one I need to take on main character too to increase HP. I'll take Race Against Death just to make sure she survives. More HP is always good, especially if you're wanting to bleed yourself. What was it? Walking Nightmare? The Navigator deals 13 to 30 damage to an enemy. The enemy is become immobilized until the start of the next turn. hit chance on the next attack, dodge on the next dodge test, and these bonuses disappear independently from each other after being successfully applied. Okay. Glimpse of Fate would be a good buff. Reveal the Light would also be a good buff. Walking Nightmare. It's either Walking Nightmare or Held in My Gaze. Give her a damage or a debuff. All enemies within, basically. Give her a debuff for now. Give her a bit of sustain. I can't do ballistic skill any higher, so agility. Melee, flame, and melted attacks against demons and psychers deal an additional 6 damage and gain 18 armor penetration. Such attacks against Xenos deal an additional 3 damage and gain 9 armor penetration. Yes, she will be going Flamer. Flamer and Heavy Bolter are the name of the game for her. For you, Dominate. Give you your buffer. Logic. At least until I get rid of you, because I'm going to have Pascal. Do not suffer negative effects of melee superiority for the entire combat. Which, I mean, if we're going to have our guys surrounded by melee, that would also be good. Okay, let's look at gear. Bloody Blade. Brutal Strike, Brutal Strike. Death Cult weapon gains the following. Minus 8% to target's parry, and plus 2 to the wielder's critical hit chance for each attack they make. This bonus stacks until the end of each round. Spinner's Blade. I could take that off of her. Give her the two-hander. Nah, I'll keep it. I'll keep it. Gonna take Mars Pattern as an offhand. Blood File. This pool of blood which has the same properties as if it's created by the Raining Blood ability. Whenever Raining Blood is used, +1 charge of blood vial is restored. What is Raining Blood? That based off of your background. Yep, origin, because you're a Death Cult assassin. Death Cult assassin's next single target melee attack splashes blood in a 5-foot cone behind the target. Nice. Okay. Okay. We're going to drop a save. Just to be cautious. And then fuck it, we're gonna do this. The freight line, I think, is what she said it was, so we're gonna go to the freight line. Also because I don't know if they'll appear now, but I want to fight I want to fight Gene Stealer cultists. I like Gene Stealers, okay? They're interesting. I like them. Like, design-wise. Up. A sturdily built man with an augmented jaw stands at attention. The dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to the Freight Hub LD987A14, Lord Captain. I am Edok Frenzo, Captain of the Enforcers in the lower deck bay LDA14. The Master at Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay here. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room or to begin your search for the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? He says the last part with obvious concern. It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did Sarbak know I was coming now? The Master-at-Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. We have been awaiting your arrival every day since then, Lord Captain. I am here to inspect the entire compartment. I'm curious to see how people on the lower deck lives. Frenzo glances at you warily. As you will, Lord Captain. Still, out of concern for your safety, I must warn you that you should avoid the farthest sections of the bay. They are ridden with disease, and the locals can be particularly unpleasant to deal with. With the kind of riffraff that dwell here, you might even be attacked. He frowns. To put it bluntly, although the bay performs its functions well, even its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten everything up, since doing so will require making some serious changes. I am not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I accept full responsibility for what takes place in this compartment. I hereby offer you my assistance, Captain. I shall conduct an inspection and then share my thoughts on how to change this place for the better. But Frenzo stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them, and Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit. That's where the madmen and the lepers live. Tell me about this station. Hub LD987A14 connects the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of the labor forces and prevent supply disruptions between bays. What is the situation on the lower decks? Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforce. Whenever crew are lost on a deck, we find replacements from among those rats. And if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs. The rabble cause you no problems, I hope. Surely you are joking, Lord Captain. The rabble are base in nature, and mutiny is always on their mind. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations and tinned food to weapons. We confiscate those regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. That's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing the bastards do on a regular basis is build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances. That has delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies, and caused air and power supply problems in adjacent bays. We burn those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they keep pressing on regardless. Munitious rabble? How paranoid of you. To the best of my knowledge, being paranoid is practically a requirement in our line of work. In any case, the rabble are always plotting. Take my word for it. I've learned enough. Always at your service, Lord Captain. The cult of the Bloodspun Web has a presence in this compartment, does it not? That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties. He scowls. As irregular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and they can go around dispensing bloody justice. And do you not take issue with death cultists killing people on your territory? Frenzo avoids looking at Kibella. I do, Lord Captain, but the cult is authorized to exist on this ship, which means their activities down here are not to be interfered with. What do you know about the death cultists? Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. He scratches his head, thinking. The Spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folks, and other times even seemingly at random. Their rituals are morbid, and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in their rites would struggle to make sense of them. I see. The captain grumbles sullenly under his breath. Be steadfast in your duty, Captain. The Emperor protects, Lord Captain. I'm sure nothing bad will happen here. Seeing you play 40Ks reminded me of a question that was made about the drawing I'm making. What was it? That's a blood sign. Is that blood? It can't be. We scrubbed the decks 3 times right before the rogue trader came. Void, take me. The captain will have our heads. Is this the welcome you give the rogue trader? Abelard's nostrils flare in anger. Whoever had the audacity to leave this behind this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master of Arms calls them to account herself. The corner of the captain's mouth twitched nervously as he mutters, Damn those. How did they even? Examine the mark. You have seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into their own skin. Kibella carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Domin Kalkrok Nagel. Remember this sign. It is the beginning of your quest. The first blood trail. Do you know what this mark is? It resembles one of the symbols associated with the Bloodspun Web. What was it called again? Dogmatic and walk through the fire, or save the soldiers. I always save the soldiers. I haven't seen what happens if you walk through the fire. I know you get to the one guy faster, apparently, but I've never done it. I've always saved the soldiers. I think it's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. We've heard spinners say it when they, perform their signature acts in the service of the Emperor. He takes a deep breath. The soundless shadow sank into the dark, slashed feet crescendo, a fatal dance. Blade song and tempo, each edge an echo, twin odes to death throes. Now on her sacred blood, as she once trod the back of foes, treads countless souls, but none who knows. What is the Song of Trilling Blood? From what I can tell, it is something of a prayer with several verses that tell about the life of one of the cult's saints, Irian, or the Matriarch Spider, as they call her. So I am invited to follow the Trail of Blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation. I hope you find what you're looking for and return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain. And don't harm anyone, don't punish anyone for this being here. If assassins sneak, stealthily put it there, it's not their fault. You get up here, you're a fucking frontline fighter. Okay, hold on. That seems not good. Okay. Anything more than the baton and the whip is too good for you dogs. At least you're trying to enforce some restraint. This lap of the hub's vials for this work cycle. Do you have any idea how much it costs? There, 57 ration cards. That's all I've got, I swear. Spent the rest on rot gut again, I'm guessing. I'm not doing you any more favors. Give up the drink or get used to life in the pestilence pit. I hope you get hit by a train. Punish that man, please. So I'm making a study of the ROTA soldier, ROTA being the acronym for the official name of my state's police first shock battalion. A very pertinent question that made me think was the following: why does your police need shock troops? It was then that I realized that Brazilian police are basically more reasonable. Interesting. I am not going to comment farther on that because I am not the type of I am not the person who should be commenting on that type of shit. Yes, consumables, I know.
Stay sharp.
There's another one of those. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the train station become. The shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section. Mercy, please save me. The young man gasps for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes, somehow intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain, stare at you from underneath his cloaked eyes. Get some enforcers and Medicaid personnel in here now. There's a man in need of revival. Once he has recovered, assign him to be a scribe's apprentice. He's too badly injured to go back to worker's life. A blissful smile twists the man's lips, and a tear forms at the corner of his ruined eye sockets. The God Emperor has sent you to save me. You are his light. You are his grace. Thank you. Thank you for not leaving me here. Never forget the mercy that the Lord Captain has granted you. When the Undying One is ready to accept the soul, it must be sent forth, and so will it be free from the torment of the flesh. Yet you have chosen to prolong this one's suffering. Your intentions perplex me. Who are you and what happened to you? I am Vane, a cleaner. I was in my house, asleep, and forces came, set fire to it. I didn't make it out in time. I wonder how long he's been sitting here like this. A watch? 3? The Whisperers say nobody cared because he didn't matter, but they also say he's somehow supposed to matter to us. Strange. Do you know anything about the bar next to you? He tries to turn his head, his blackened skin crunching as it opens into scarlet cracks. A spinner came. He painted the symbol. Then he gave me water and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later, so that help would come. And here you are. Then I should... He begins to whisper, his lips twisted in pain. To soon smirched soul, her mercy did grant. Last breath expressed, knife met heart. Removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer anguish and distress. A long brought to death to rest. I'm sorry, of mortal bounds, the soul divest. Help is on the way, just hold on a little longer. Oh, of course. Thank you. Listen, I'm iconoclast first and foremost, okay? I'm not gonna let somebody sit and fucking torture. What's happening up here? I know what you are. I know that outfit. A group of gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage, watching a strange duo perform. A man with odd-looking goggles pushed up on his forehead, hands wrapped in warm leather gloves, plays a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a stack of crates supporting some kind of board game. A scruffy rat is rolling a small glass balls around the board. Just again. Several workers empty their pockets and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels into the small chest next to the board. The flute player winks at the crowd and switches to a different tune. The rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful ball the players have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the board, but not a single one reaches the goal, a hole marked with a red circle. The rat just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players get their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, new workers immediately take their place. Awareness. Watch the rat. The rat scurries around the board, spurned on by the flute. Its movements appear erratic at first glance, but after a while, you notice how consistently the ball seems to miss the goal at the very last moment. While the rat's clumsy, amusing scampering distracts the spectators, its nimble tail directs the ball away from the hole. Listen to the tune. The rat's movements, from the flicks of its tail to when and where it pushes the balls, obey its master's wordless command with uncanny precision. The notes, the pauses, the rhythm. Every part of the melody serves as a signal to the flute's player's tiny assistant. A fine show. The crowd, which has been too absorbed in the performance to notice your presence, turn to you, expressions of frightful awe appearing on the workers' faces. Many start whispering prayers. The fucking president just shows up and is like, hey, yeah, fucking interesting. The flute player clear eyes widen in surprise. Then, with an open and friendly smile, he says, many a grand story of the Lord Captain's generosity is told, and I swear on my own flute today I will add another. To the fortune peddler, the Lord Captain's grace is a gift from fate itself. He applauds you with gratitude, and the workers timidly join in. Perhaps you would like to trade us some of that Captain's fortunes of yours, your lordship? The flute player bows respectfully and gestures at the game board. The crowd buzzes with anticipation. Are you suggesting we play a game? The flute player smiles eagerly. Please bless our little lark with your attention. It should be amusing. I'm going to cheat. The man readies a flute and the rat dives under the board. You hear a clawed flute scarping against the crate, and a few moments later a green ball pops out of the center. You have already seen through the flute player's performance. You listen to him play and watch the rat closely. Then, at a certain point, you start tapping your fingers on the edge of the crate, adding your own rhythm to the tune. The rat scrambles in confusion, mistaking your commands for those of its master, and starts rolling the ball towards the goal. When the ball drops into the red hole, a few impressed whistles come from the crowd, and the flute player laughs heartily. Cleverly done, your lordship! Well, I had no doubt that you would be a worthy opponent, and your strategy. I would think I will keep it in mind for my future games. Cut a button from your sleeve and throw it to the man. For the entertainment. Thank you for this generous gift. These folks will shower me in ration cards to get their hands on something that belongs to your lordship. Fortune gave me the brightest of its smiles today. I hope you have enjoyed yourself. I certainly won't forget my fateful meeting with the Lord Captain. The flute player clears the board in one deft movement and begins a new tune. That's a curious-looking flute. How'd you come by it? He pats his instrument gently. My mother loved music. She used to hum beautiful melodies to me. And when she passed away, I carved this flute from her hip bone and learned to play, out of sorrow and respect for her memory. Okay. I'm sure that will not come to backstab me. I see a thing in there. Yeah, there we go. Trade stuff. Yes. Stuff down there.
Onward to victory.
Okay, there's another there, but I want to go down here and check what's happening down here. There's the goods in there. I will open it. Thank you very much. You take trade goods. Yes, yes. Okay. What does everything do? There. This one. Oh, there's a hawker over here. Can I talk to the hawker? No, I cannot. Okay. Jesus, the leap attack as well just cleared almost an entire room with just the MC in like a turn. Okay, hold on a second. Death from above. I mean, it's only 3 squares. Oh yeah, if you keep killing people, you can keep doing it. Yeah, and it's free. It's free movement.
Now that was easy.
Merchants route like this. Wrestling must likely illegal goods. Hidden from idle glances. There's another door down there. Goods. Dead man. A sinewy, middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, when his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely and his hands clench into fists. Oh, I see it now. It goes that way. So this is where I'm supposed to go. Just as you begin to hear a rumble of approaching train, the man's gaze turns towards the tracks. He leans forward. Abelard, do something! Abelard barks out. In the name of the dynasty, I command you to step away from the edge and explain the misdeed you are about to commit. What? I didn't... The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim, lumen light, you notice old scars scattered all across his body. The scars seem vaguely familiar. The scars all vary in length, wide, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are aligned, as well as series of faded symbols on the man's rough neck. Death cultists bear similar marks on their body. But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds, while this man looks long since healed. Your eyes always return to that bloody symbol. What do you know about it? It is a symbol of the blood-spun web. I am here every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. I guess today must be a special day. The man's faded eyes go wide as he notices Kibella. His voice quivers. Have you come to take me to the other side? Kibella briefly studies the man's face, then turns away. I do not know you. Death's gaze is not upon you. The man lets out a dull groan and looks at the symbol again. But then why is it here? You know the symbols of the blood-spun web. You bear similar scars. Are you a spinner? I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain junction of the utility tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot and then I waited. An hour, 2, 5, the junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. I ran. The spinner simply let you go. They made no attempts to find you and kill you. There was no pursuit. I thought I'd see their black blades at the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life, but the terror never stopped eating away at me. Whenever I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they just whispered, Sebred had gone to the Undying One. They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I've lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead man. Why were you ordered to die? The man looks at you. But some would choose to leave the righteous path. These earned penance in due time. Her whip sings vengeance on renegade menace. Her blades pass sentence. For coward seeks to hide their hearts. But death makes no pretendence. It takes what is due in essence. He stops and then adds hoarsely. The third verse of the Song of Trailing Blood. The Vizier recited it to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. There were plenty of reasons. I sowed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find because it kindled my passion. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenants. I realized it, but I couldn't help it because I enjoyed it. Oh, you poor thing. I think I'm gonna cry. You couldn't stop slicing people up. That must have been so hard for you. Even my whispers have nothing to say to a pathetic tale like that. I bet they're thinking, what a lousy, self-absorbed sack of scum. You're disgusting. I will not grant you the release you crave so much. May you live in the suffering, fearful of every shadow. No! What about the symbol, the portent? You were supposed to... The man's tired eyes fill with horror that quickly turns to hysteria. His knees buckle and he staggers heavily before falling onto the tracks with a pitiful cry. No! Help! Kibela stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot. I think I need to come down here, and there'll be a path down. Yep. Oh.
Now that's interesting.
There we go. Grab that. Yes, grab stuff.
Marching ahead.
How many times do I need to tell you, ungrateful maggots? Mistakes must be paid for. Have mercy in the throne's name, I beg you! The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toe of your boot with his dirty palms. Your gracious lordship, hand of the god emperor, save your unworthy servant! Get lost! The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot, I'll clean it right away! A murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who have gathered around. None of the other workers dare come closer, but the anger in their faces is plain to see. I intend to hear this man out. Your lordship, I work hard. No, that's him. Your lordship, I work hard, never even take breaks to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down at every shift just like they do every other honest hard worker who... Enough whining. You and your pals lifted a box of nutrient bars a few watches ago, and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you because I took pity on you, and this is the thanks I get? You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we have no way to earn! And today you earned 15 cards in a single shift because you do the work for 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their share? I didn't do them in! It was an act... The worker stops and sells, cowers and whimpers. They got their heads bashed in by crates. The dead don't need rations. You both deserve punishments. Strip the arbitrary enforcer of his rank and give lashes to the thief. The worker snarls at the enforcer who has suddenly gone pale. Didn't expect that now, did you? Once my back stops hurting, we'll see how brave you are without your baton. Low, insistent dissent begins to rise in the crowd, only to die back down as soon as the enforcers brandish their batons. The murmurs immediately turn into pleas for mercy. A sullen, red-bearded man with a keen black eye draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seems to size you up the whole time you were speaking, but now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, you are watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. The discharged enforcer, surrounded by spiteful leers, growls glowers at the crowd as beaten workers laugh uproariously, seemingly far more pleased with the other's misfortune than troubled by his own sentence. And they're gone. Ooh, there's goods over here. Yoink, mine. Levers and shit. Not dealing with that right now. Aw, there was nothing in that doorway. Fuck. Move the container. Move the container. Oh, cargo crane? Okay. Pick it up. Oh, we have to attach it manually? God damn it. Secure the container in place. Yes, yes, long live me.
Let's seize the moment.
What are you doing in here? Ah, Ryu, no, shh. Don't make noise. They shoot everyone. Please don't tell them. A power pick. Ah, we get some of their shit? Ooh. Ooh, power pick. Okay, I'm gonna put that on her. She'll get that as an offhand. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to get down there? Because that points that way, so I'm guessing I need to get down there, but how do I get down there? Let's go. Oh, wait, we can go this way. Dead person. What do we got here? Spiral Black Obscura.
Venture forth.
Yep, there's another blood mark. Open this door, please. What's in here? Several people are eagerly rummaging through a rack filled with weapons from the Enforcer's arsenal. A big man with a pockmarked face is the first to react to your presence. He attracts the others' attention with a piercing whistle and barks out, "Who are you? That's not supposed to be anyone here. Ah! It doesn't matter. Identify yourself." Abelard, help these wretches realize the full extent of their unenviable position. Before you stands the Lord Captain Kulkarok Nagel von Valancius, master of this vessel and everything on it, including those goods you are pawing at with your unwashed hands and your miserable lives as well. The people turn to stare at you in disbelief and exchange heated whispers. The excitement is interrupted by the leader's roar. What are you gawping at? Hurry up and bend your backs as is right and proper! Your lordship, you must excuse these blockheads. I was taken aback myself. It's not every day that you see the rogue trader in the flesh. And as for this, the man casts a grim glance at the rack. I won't insult you by denying it. You've caught us red-handed. Tell me why I shouldn't execute you on the spot. You could execute us, but who would take our place? Shameless scum who rob and kill to their heart's content. Bastards who accept mutants into their gangs and prey to the archenemy. There have always been outlaws on the ship. You're better off with outlaws like us, who don't go too far, and who keep the heretics down. Who are you? The Hard Nines, a gang, a brotherhood from Transport Bay 9. Don't think we're parasites. We do our bit for the prosperity of the ship. We sort of assist the enforcers. Self-appointed, we make sure that order is maintained in compartments where the enforcers are too lazy or greedy for bribes. We put a stop to robbery and free thinking, and well, we accept a small contribution as a show of thanks. You obviously didn't expect anyone to be here. Are the enforcers providing cover for you? I wish. Frenzo, the newly appointed captain, had our informant strung up. He's tightened the screws, damn it. We can barely breathe. Today's the last time we'll come to pick over this compartment. Why do you want my weapons? Are you going to rebel? To do business! The gang leader smiles ingratiatingly. We're no rebels. If anyone blasphemies against your lordship, we call the troublemakers to order. And we shed blood for the flagship without fear. I suppose that makes us defenders of the ship? The thug raises an eyebrow questioningly and looks at you expectantly. Why stop there? Might as well call yourselves saints and say the fate of the whole dynasty rests on your shoulders. Criminals on my ship have a single fate. Death. The leader spits on the ground in annoyance. What in the void have I been standing here making speeches for? I thought we had ourselves an all-right Lord Captain, but no, he's a straight-laced type. Bring it on, then, your lordliness. I mean, if this is how you want to fucking die, then sure. Ah!
Show me what you've got.
Hold on.
Hey, you're a melee guy. We can deal with you. We can deal with you very easily. Argenta, go there, please. Ah. Why is that doing 0 damage?
Let's make it quick.
Give me buff. Give me buff.
No can do.
Okay, can't reach them.
On
Scream! That did zero. Okay, what the fuck is happening? Scrap plating. Damage canceled. What the fuck is scrap plating? Okay.
Let's get to it.
Buff. Cassia, go there. Lidless stare. Did nothing to any of them? What the fuck? Okay, Cabela, run there. Jump! Bleed! Buff myself.
Easy.
Why did you attack her twice? You son of a bitch. Okay, Abelard, get up
A
there.
tactically sound approach. Victory is imminent.
Time to slaughter someone. How'd you like this?
High momentum.
Okay, okay.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Do you love dodge tanks? Yeah. Okay, rush up there.
I'll do it.
Okay, Drilla, go there. Hurt me a little bit, that's fine. I can take it. Buffer the Death Cold Assassin, please. Thank you. Whew. Oh, she has a lot of movement. Meow.
The shadows will see it done.
Ah, that would do lightning.
High momentum.
And they're dead. Loot everything! Casing chest plate. Dodge 0% of the average. Okay, it's heavy armor. Yeah, scrap chainmail, which is new. Knives, auto pistols, bolt pistol. Las guns and the Ripper Plus. I don't have anyone that can use that, so. Luckily, everybody usually heals after a battle like that. Or maybe that's just because I think I'm on story difficulty? I don't know if I'm on story or... What difficulty am I on? No, I'm on normal. Never mind. Okay. Kids have been waiting for you. How was your shift? We worked hard. I helped out a friend from the loading and he gave me some cards. Take them in exchange for some new shoes. Yours are all worn out. Oh, thank you. I've already made your bed for you. So once we've eaten, go and rest. The little ones and I will head out to the marketplace and leave you in peace. Why did the Emperor send me such a wonderful life? I have beggars following me. Your lordship, spare a throne for those who can't even get the worst jobs. I don't just want to kill them yet, but... Grab the goods. Dead body. Can't interact with. That's fine. More goods. Come here. More goods.
Stay sharp.
All these hidden ration cards, we're just taking them. Oh, we could have tried to tightrope walk across the... Oh no, that's how we gotta get over to this side. Well, we got 100% in athletics. Yeah. Okay, how do you get down? Goop. Soylent Green is people!
Forge ahead, never linger.
Shreds of rat carcasses, the yellow grease monster, and the slime sludge along with other unidentified ingredients. Here we go. Here's the way down. Blindfolded old man. Oh. More from the Imperium. Typically used to transport weapons. The one-way markings make it impossible to determine where the shipment came from, and the scuff surfaces indicate the crates have been moved from. An old man in pitiful rags listens intently to the sounds of your footsteps. A stinking piece of cloth is wrapped around his eyes, with greenish pus oozing out from underneath it. The old man lays his trembling hands protectively on the heap of junk that serves as his bed as well as his table. An empty beggar's mug makes a clinking sound next to his wizard leg. I want to look inside. Weapons? The old man's voice sounds frightened and pitiful. How would something like that wind up at the bottom of the bilge compartment? I'm the road trader Kalkarok Nagel von Valancius, and you will show me whatever I tell you to show me. Nah. I did not mean to alarm you. I simply wish to learn more about my people's lives. Your people? Could it be... Oh, Lord Captain, our benefactor, is it really you? The old man looked shocked. Oh, gracious Lord, we know you well. Your charity gets us through the day, and we pray for you always. But what are you doing down in this... Please hurry away before they know you're here. They are plotting something terrible. This crate, it's where they hide their... A cold voice filled with the promise of death mutters, pathetic fool. That's our secrecy gone right down the shitter. Folks, we're gonna have to make some noise. A common worker, her face so nondescript it looks almost scrubbed off, is aiming a weapon at you that she produced seemingly out of nowhere. Leave no witnesses. Oh, well... Fuck you, then.
Your execution is assured.
You're doomed, fools.
Emperor, protect me!
Scared yet?
Shoot your own guys. Okay, you go over here. Silly to do that, but... Back to the start. That was a test to see what that actually did. Hi, would you like to burn? I think you would like to burn.
Strike is a prayer.
Haha.
Out of our way!
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Hold on!
Oh, they're swarming. Okay. Iron
what to
arms
do.
myself. Move there. Jump there.
Momentum. Done and done.
Activate this. Damn, I was hoping it would be close enough to them to activate. But apparently not. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, Idra, you go there. Buff. Buff. Scream
Anything
for me.
is.
Abelard, charge that man.
At your beck and call.
Thank you.
I can't stand it.
Okay. I don't see any other enemies, so you please
Death
go
comes
there.
in silence.
Where's this fat bird? All the way over there. Go pin him down. You have a shit ton of movement. Oh, I love Blade Dance. Are you all right, Lord Captain? Those cutthroats didn't hurt you, I hope. The man's prosthetic leg has been shot and it carries his weight awkwardly. The locals and the enforcers called me the foreman. I have no other name. You might say I'm in charge here in this hole of a place. You recognize the shaggy red beard and the keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and the station worker. Since you are in charge here, you will answer for what happened. Thrunk blast it. Fair enough, Lord Captain. It's what I'd have done to myself. He sinks heavily to his knee, looking solemnly and gloomily. You hear terrified whispers. Any last words? His stern gaze sweeps the slums. Let my repentance be a lesson to each of you faithless dogs. We must serve the Lord Captain with our words and our deeds and our lives. But our nature is corrupt, and we have failed in our service. I repent and commit myself to his lordship's hands. Whispers of reverence awe can be heard from every level of the slums. Hundreds of eyes converge on you and the kneeling foreman, who bows his head, half closed in his eyes, and prays quietly. I see you are indeed loyal to my ship and my house. Get up and continue your service to me by giving guidance to the locals. The foreman's dark eyes widen. Shouts of encouragement can be heard from the crowd as he gets up clumsily and gives you a hurried nod. I will, to be sure, Lord Captain. I serve the dynasty. Glory to House von Valancius. I saw you near the marketplace. What were you doing there? Watching one of my workers take a beating. I feel sorry for the lad, but there was nothing I could do. The foreman smiles wryly, showing his yellow teeth. Almost all his front ones have been knocked out. I've stuck my neck out in the past. Not doing it again. I seek the Bloodspun Web's temple. Do you know where it is? The cultists don't let people like me in on their rites and mysteries. I'm grateful to them for their service to the God Emperor, but to be honest, I can't get behind their love of death. I'm too much fond of living. Okay. Lord Captain, I beg another second of your attention. Please, accept this humble gift from us, the common people of the Bay, for all the good you do us. The most precious thing we could get for you, your lordship. Hidden auto stimulant. If the wearer did not move during their turn or become immobilized or knock prone, they gain temporary wounds equal to 6. If the wearer has Conviction Iconoclast, all their allies immediately gain the same number of temporary hit points. Ooh. Is that a one use or is that a one per? Is that a one use or is that a one per, like? It's a ring thing. Fuck yeah! 6 temporary wounds? To everyone? That's actually really nice. I like that. Yes. I don't want anything with a dodge penalty. Okay, everybody gather up.
Let's see this through.
Let's see here. Now we loot the guards. Lots of knives. Yep, go down this way. Trap. Disarm it. Give our gift to the one who sees nothing but hears everything, then the truth will be revealed to you. By the way, was there anything I could loot from that box? Yes, there is. Okay, I almost missed that. Stolen autocannon. They had a fucking autocannon? I don't think you can equip it right now. You can. Oh my god. Instead of a bolter, have fucking autocannon for now. Yeah. Yeah. Your bolter's better. Until you get a heavy bolter, but no, we'll try out the autocannon on her. Because it has burst. Okay, let's see. Rate of fire 4, recoil 40. For the autocannon, rate of fire 8, recoil 50. So it fires 8 per shot. 4 to 6 instead of 6 to 10, but 20 armor penetration over 15. Max range is 8 instead of 12. Or the range is 8 instead of 12, but that makes sense. I want her to get close anyways. Yeah, fuck it. Autocannon. I am going to be having her be my heavy weapons user. Yeah, Jesus. Fucking autocannon. Stop being so bloody difficult. What's the thing death cultists say? Your time has come or what have you? No, please, what did I do? Talk about being everywhere at once. How about we take his stuff to the marketplace? We'll get to eat soup tonight. We'll check out that in a minute. Medicaid 100. The man is tormented by some malady you cannot identify. You had 100%! What do you mean can't identify? The specimens before you have the most repellent inhabitants of the compartment. They are covered in swords and bald patches, glistening with pus, and the stench of their unwashed bodies bring a tear to your eye. One of them glowers at you and grunts, "What you want?" For what crime did you kill this man? Grinning, the leader spits out, "For the crime of wealth. That dead bastard had rations and fuel cells. We'll trade them for porridge." I'm the Lord Captain of this ship. On your knees, insolent scum. The outcasts looks at one another and bursts into hoarse cackles. The Lord Captain in our shithole, and I'm Saint Drusus, and here's my regalia. Cassia lets out a faint sigh, hastily covering her face with her hands. Gracious Emperor, why are we talking to these horrible people? Abelard tenderly holds out a snow-white handkerchief to her. I fear, Lady Cassia, that these and many other questions will be left unanswered. Argenta towers over the freak, looking immaculate and unaffected. Even meeting wretched heretics such as these brings me joy. Wiping out even a drop of corruption is still a worthy deed. You detect a note of hysteria in the vagrant's laughter, the fingers of many convulsively trembling, and there is something in the fearless way they look at you. An indifference to death, too strange and unnatural. You're sentenced to death for committing murder on my ship. The mutant bears in black stumps that are his teeth. We'll gut you and trade what you get for a pile of scran. Hey, outcast, come on if you want to share the spoils.
Another battle demands our attention.
Let the blood flow.
Idra there. We'll have you go over here to take care of them. Abelard, you over here to help take care of those. You come over here, take out these guys and be at range. And then I am right there, so yeah, good. And Cassia will move you slightly over. So Idra, buff me. Buff me again, please. Lightning bolts.
Was that you? Or...
Once she gets the thing that gives her really good accuracy with heavy weapons, haha, burned.
Out of my way!
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
There. Dance of Death.
Death to the weak.
Dodge, dodge. Oh, she got hit. That's fine. He healed himself? What kind of bullshit is that? And kicked me. Great. Yeah, wonderful. Cassie, go over here, please. Hurt that man. Let her have another action. Worth it. Abelard charge.
Gray hair, sure hair.
Brace for impact. Okay, Idra, scream at that guy, please. Then give her a buff. Give her another buff.
High momentum.
Argenta, go step there. How'd you miss? Switch to the flamer, please. Okay, that's not working. Okay. Argenta, come on. I know it's only a 60% chance. Why are you missing so fucking much? Oh, come on. You missed so many 60%, you goddamn.
Guides me.
You couldn't visit the chapel before, at least not this early. Don't know if you could later. I don't know. Kill you. Jump.
I'm enraged. To the weak.
Oh, they're fully healing when they get back up. I don't like that.
Isn't this a job for the...
Oh, I did not see that it would hit them too. Whoops. Argenta.
Do not dare ask.
I can't.
If only that were possible.
Abelard. Hit that man. buff Argenta, please. Take a step back. Fucking asshole. Heal yourself. Burn in a righteous flame. See, 60% the flame fucking hits.
A costly mistake.
Okay, move there. Enter. That would hit Abelard. I don't want to do that. Ah, right-clicked when I shouldn't have. Jump to the other side.
Chaos guides me. Chaos guides me.
View. I will take another go. Jump. Oh, I didn't mean to do
Are you
that.
a traitor or a fool?
Low momentum.
I meant to do that. My mistake. Sorry, Cassia. At least you heal up. Clear. Scream at that one. Good. Explosion of blood. Okay. And they're all dead. Take everything. Including from the leader. At the end of the wearer's turn, they gain temporary wounds equal to the amount of collision damage inflicted by the wearer of this turn. I don't do collision damage because I'm using fucking axes and shit. Well, not axes, but, you know, swords. Can you heal her, please? Thank you. I'm seeing shit growing on the walls. I don't like that.
Keep your guard up.
Go disarm those traps. We leveled up! Yay, disarming traps.
Duty prevails.
Crimson Oblivion. If worn by a Death Cult Assassin, well, we know who's getting that. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy, the enemy explodes in a fountain of blood. The cells nearby are covered in blood as if affected by a blood file. Awesome. Martyr's Bone Charm. If worn by a Death Cult Assassin, the wearer is affected by a blood file. They gain plus 10 toughness for 2 rounds, does not stack. Crimson Intoxicant times 5. The user loses all their temporary wounds and increases their melee damage by the same amount for 1 round. Probably never going to use that, but the other two I'm definitely immediately putting on her. Suspicious Rash. The character's dodge and hit chance parry or distance. Strange rash appears on the screen after you venture in the ship's transportation tunnel. Most likely another trophy you've claimed from that unpleasant place. Hopefully we can get rid of that at some point. I don't want that permanently on me. So let's go gloves, special gloves, and that special necklace, because you're a blood death cult assassin. Definitely athletics. Though Medicae is also good. I forget. There's a thing that would do Medicae. Something's based off of that instead of... I can't do athletics. So, have to do Medicae. Because I don't really care about demolition. Okay. Don't want Psychic Barrage. Sacred Ritual. Second Sight. I'm mostly buffing myself. Biophysical Distortion. All Psychers attacks, including attacking psychic powers, now poison enemies. This poison deals 6 toxic damage at the start of each of the enemy's turn. Another dot to add to people. Athletics. Warrior. The warrior's next melee attack against the enemy deals an additional find damage. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior. Giving him temporary HP would probably be fine. Clenched Teeth. The warrior gains +5 damage deflection against the first attack made by every enemy this combat. That would be nice. Area attacks deal additional +3 damage. Plus 15% armor would be nice. Whenever the warrior parries an attack, their next warrior archetype ability costs 1 less AP. That would be nice too. Dueling Mastery plus 15% bonus to parry. Let me get that. That way, because he's supposed to be a parry lord. Okay, for you. Increase exposed weakness. Can't do Psyker or Minoris, because not a sanctioned Psyker. So needs level 9. Thriving in peril. I mean, she's an unsanctioned psyker, so taking this so that if she triggers perils of the warp, increases momentum by 12. I'm gonna take that. Fire it up. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. That's fine for now. Awareness. Whenever an ally uses a rook, they take temporary hit points. Give her more range on that. I always like doing that. Persuasion. Athletics. Dance of Blood. Dance of Blood. More damage. Because I'm gonna have her and my guy kind of in combat all the time. Oh, Death Cultist. Okay. Someone the outcast. Okay, it's pointing at you. A figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter. As you come closer, she freezes and turns slowly to look at you. An ugly, rusted mask covers her face.
Are you here to take Zdenna to the other side? No. No, no, no. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for light. But it's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it?
There's a blood symbol next to you. I have seen such markings before. Is this another part of the Song of the Trailing Blood? Zdenna bursts out into hysterical laughter.
Oh yes, the song. Here, listen.
The woman starts chanting hurriedly.
She wanders in an eternity in the dark. She wandered an eternity in the dark, yet was consoled, web foretold. Undying one's blood secret glowed, a light to guide her faithful fold. But threads must end, and so the spider did that which was old. Her life and death to ship bestowed.
She laughs again.
And you'll see if you learn to see. Look into the darkness. Look.
Peer into the darkness. I cannot fathom what I meant to see here.
You peer into the darkness and are gradually able to make out the outlines of objects hidden in the shadows, rotting corpses, rough walls, the twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair. You don't see, do you? You don't see! Zdenna shakes her head frantically and starts tearing off her rags, strips her decaying flesh, feeling off with them. You will not see until you become like Zdenna, the flesh and blood of the ship. How do I become the flagship's blood? Oh, Zdenna will show you. You will see the true light. Come. Come now. The rotating braids promise nothing but senseless and brutal death. Slipping past them would require some unreasonably precise calculations, or blind luck. While listening to the air currents for a moment, you think you hear Zdenna's whispers prayer rising from the depths of the shaft. Geronimo! Geronimo! Stop, don't do it. I'm doing it. Too bad it's not. It doesn't start playing "Dare to Be Stupid" by Weird Al. Hey, I'm alone. I don't like that, but
Marching ahead.
Death Cultist. Bows his head reverently. I'm guessing no one will talk to me. Lots of goods around. I'm definitely looting what I can.
Reality had different plans.
Loot.
Let's seize the moment.
Can't go over there. Fatigued and a suspicious rash. Up the ladder. There's a chest there. Go down the ladder, and then I'm guessing climb down the wire? Yeah. Tangles of improvised bridges constructed from beams and flooring stretch ever higher, not unlike a web. The temple is growing as if it were a living organism. Climb down the ladder and grab that. And go down. Hi, I'm here. I've also been infected with some shit, and I'm very tired. I hope this was worth my time.
Stay sharp.
A frail old man, gray beard tinged with blood, folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. And the Lord of the Ark walked the path of unlife in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner, and the servants of death bowed before him, for the Domin is the giver of life. The old man goes still, his head turned to the side. He nods towards the temple's muffled silence. Yes. Yes, truth like a stream pours from your lips. We welcome him as the tenants demand. Your hues are almost as pale as the gray of your beard, but what is this? Cassia flinches and takes a shuddered breath. A scarlet whirlwind shines through the faded colors. A thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands. Although his arms are stiff and look like they can barely bend, in the next instant the dynasty symbol is etched into his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, he flicks the blood off his blade and several drops land on your face. The blood-spun web welcomes the new lord. I am Vizier. For many years we have waited, and now you are here. We have waited, whispers, echoes from his words from the shadow. Why is it you invited me here? Death whispered your name and commanded us to honor you with a sacred ritual, but only inside the temple can such spinners perform it. The Vizier is suddenly distracted by something invisible, and nods towards empty space. Yes, we are glad he has reached this place. We are glad to serve. What do you mean you have waited many years? It was not so long ago that I was made my acquaintance with the cult. As I delve into my divinations from the flesh and blood of the departed ones, I turn to a relic most ancient and priceless. It is his tarot, inherited by the cult from the matriarch spider who spun the first thread. One of the readings I did back when I still had the strength to leave the temple and usher souls on their final journey. That was when, in the intricate tangles of destiny, I glimpsed our meeting. But when we would meet, alas, was not revealed to me. So we waited, year after year, and now the hour has come. You sense a strange disturbance around the Vizier. It is similar to the one that appears around Kibala, but stronger. He's not a psyker, or else he is such a powerful one that he can conceal his gift. However, his psychic potential is definitely higher than that of an average mortal. There are people like that in the Imperium. Undiscovered by inquisitorial hunters, they live out their lives as individuals with a reputation for having strange things happen to them on occasion. Perhaps this decrepit old man is indeed capable of gleaning something more from the Emperor's tarot than just painted pictures. I have walked the path of the matriarch spider. What nay? What now? The song of the trailing blood tells of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it and setting out on that path, you pass the first one, the trial of resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt and embark on a search for the unknown, a search for death. The trial of compassion is the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. The third was the trial of justice. In assuming the role of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had upset. And the fourth was the trial of duty. For duty always leads to death. We are prepared to render our duty to the Undying One, fearless and accepting of our purpose, which is to serve him. You, too, have proven yourself prepared, and the 4 trials have brought you here. The path I have walked has helped me understand myself better. For the tenets teach us that the lesson learned is in itself the supreme reward for one who is open to self-discovery. The vizier's sewn-shut eyes seem to peer into your face, studying it. Then he turns away and speaks into empty space again. Peace, my brother. The time is almost come. So this entire conversation is another test, I imagine. A smile graces the vizier's bluish lips. The tenant's command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Domin Kalkrok Nagal? His mouth closes, but you can still hear his whisper. A prickling sensation in your face is making you increasingly anxious. You raise a hand to your cheek only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and see a few smudged drops of blood from the vizier's blade. A strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides and you seem to float in the air, seeing things you had not noticed before. The shadows in the corners taking on shapes and color. The subdued lumen light playing on the cultists' bone masks. Are they really masks? Their tall, lingering, empty-eyed wearers might as well be dead people. A chill runs down your spine. What is the meaning of this? Your heart is beating slowly, your breathing has become deeper, and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant. And what happens now? That is all for you to tell me. You look at the vizier and his trembling frame seems small and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him, but the visions are starting to wear off, and now the old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying your every movement, waiting for a response. Now you are going to initiate me as a servant of death. The vizier ponders your words for a long time, whispers something to the empty space behind his shoulder, then shakes his twitching head. Our thread is repellent to you, Domin Kalkroknagel. You proved it by walking the matriarch's path in your own way. It is your right, and we respect your choice. However, only one who accepts the essence of death may become its servant. You accept your own essence, and we dare not burden you with our dogma. That's interesting. Cool. For years, we have maintained fealty to the Domini. We have collected sacred symbols and relics. You are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to descend to this sanctum. We are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear our exultation and accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. Spinner's ritual vestment. Ooh. Based on reckless and dodge if the wearer is not in cover. Ooh. That which was foretold has come to pass. The ritual of descendant is complete. Now, be this temple's guest of honor and rest a while. Oh, I like that. So I get 30, and I got 60% dodge. Mine's 10% because of suspicious rest, so I'd have 70 if not for that. Plus strength bonus in wounds. My strength bonus is only 1 because I'm fatigued. And Voidborn. But I increase my strength when I use my one thing. Smoke tickles your nostrils, making you slightly dizzy. Such substances are known to induce visions or hallucinations. Crimson torrent flows from the statue's hands, a symbol of the countless deaths offered up in his name. Underneath the ancient relic is a stone plaque with an inscription carded, "If you value your life above duty, you are not worthy of life." Vizier something. Whenever the wearer makes a melee attack, they regain 1 wound. definitely take it. Five generations of spitters has guarded this relic so it may serve the worthiest of the Domini. Its time has come.
Venture forth.
Is that everything here for now? Oh, I see another chest over there. His head trembles with the infirmity of age, and his lips utter barely audible words meant only for those he can see. Domini Kalkarok Nagil has honored us with a visit. We are glad. First spinner. Peace, Kibella. You are the shield. You are the shadow. You are the blade. So be them. Not really anything of interest anymore. I think that was it, right? Where's my... Yeah, I've done everything there, so... Yeah, check marked. Oh, athletics over here. More goods! Ooh, Spinner's Blade, Death Cult weapon with the following. It's one-handed melee, and Bloody Pact. This knife grants a special ability called Crimson Rage. Ooh. Take the staff off. I wanna... What does Crimson Rage do? The wielder can suffer damage equal to 20% of their maximum wounds to regain 1 HP. Can be used multiple times per turn as long as the wielder has at least 50% wound. I can hurt myself to get another AP. Oh, that is nice. That is nice. I like that. I like that. Let's save. I'm glad I didn't leave yet. And, oh. Another thing of goods. Not any weapons or anything. Just... I hurt myself. I also gain 1 HP per attack I make. A spinner, his face covered in carved, fleeting glyphs, makes a respectful gesture and invitation. Let me show you the way, Domin. Take me to the enforcer in charge of the freight line. I have business with him. Oh yeah, I'm gonna like this character. So far the build is okay. It's not super good, but it's not bad. Probably when I give myself fire, it'll be a bit better for the next one. Captain Ferenzo has acquired a few wounds since your last conversation. Half his ear is gone, and you notice that he's wearing bloodied bandages under his uniform. Seeing you, he quickly injects himself with a stimulant and straightens. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Were you in a shootout? Yes, there's been a raid on a local gang. We finally cleared out the scoundrels who were smuggling goods to neighboring compartments. No one escaped. Forces have been appropriating ration cards from workers returning from their shifts. Why is that? Are you short on provisions? The compartment has just enough food to avoid starvation, Lord Captain. This is why the enforcers are making sure that no serf has more cards than they're supposed to. They used to rip out people's tongues for it, but I reduced the punishment to simply beating the thieves and confiscating all their cards. The orders are to give these cards to workers who are starving due to lack of work shifts. Not that it helps them much, but it's better than nothing. Are there enforcers guilty of misappropriating the confiscated items? Yes. Do those caught stealing receive severe punishment? Absolutely. I came across a drawing of a worker in a red mask. What does it mean? Captain frowns. It's a figure of local legend known as Nemesite. Protector of the poor and oppressed. Ever since I was a child, desperate people have been drawing his portrait on the walls, hoping to summon a defender to punish those who wronged them. We've had 13 or so fools calling themselves Nemesite over the past 5 years. We disburdened ourselves of them, just to be sure. I haven't finished inspecting this bay. Will there be any orders based on the inspection's conclusions? The workers are to be provided with everything they need to service the freight line properly. Food and medicine will be delivered to the bay, and you are to demote any enforcers found to be abusing their authority to the status of workers. The captain needs a moment to handle his confusion. Orders understood. Mercy of the Stars gained the ability Educated Labor. Flagship's hold integrity is increased by 10 plus 10. The plating of all sectors of the ship is increased by 1. Freight line workers study to the best of their ability, applying newly attained knowledge for the betterment of the ship. Thanks to their efforts, logistical operations with the engineering bays have become more efficient, which has opened up new opportunities for fortifying the ship hull. I was attacked. Who dared? I'm only going to ask this once. How did wretches from the lower decks get their hands on a crate of autoguns? Autoguns? Purple spots appear on his face. Warp take me. They couldn't have bypassed the security of a munitions train and walked away with the cargo without help from someone in the enforcers. I executed one reprobate who was trafficking in weapons not too long ago, but even that moron wasn't so greedy and stupid as to arm the rabble with autoguns. So there is another who dishonors the enforcer's uniform. I will find the maggot and shove their head under a passing train. I encountered mutants in the Pestilence Pit. They seem to be under the influence of unholy powers. You went to the Pestilence Pit. You! Into the Pestilence Pit. Friend stares off into the distance as he speaks. Pardon me, Lord Captain. I just can't even begin to find the words I would use if I had to tell the Master of Arms that you perished in there. He rubs his temple warily. The enforcers do regular checks to see if there are any dangerous, blight-stricken rejects hiding at the bottom of the bay. I implore you, Lord Captain, leave this job to us. There were thieves in one of the technical rooms. I've already dispatched them. Thieves? I just had an enforcer hanged for dealing with a local gang. I had hoped that the lesson had been learned. He winces as if from pain. By the Emperor. Lord Captain, why must you be so unconcerned with your own safety? It's our duty to find and shoot lawless scum. Throne, you are going to become the best enforcer in the bay at this rate. Yeah, you fucking know I am. Be steadfast in your duty, man. The Emperor protects, Lord Captain. done down here. I've never been to the Astropathic Chapel. Let's check this out. Logistic. More goods. Saw somebody who was named. Not doing that just yet. Named Tech Man. Protect us from the machine spirit's unrest, for without his gift our sacrifices are fruitless. You can barely hear the voices of the young astropath standing very still next to the bulky mechanism, his face frozen in a mask of despair. His anemic hands are pressed to his chest, clutching crumpled strips of thick paper. He hears you approaching and poses himself. The engine seer, his head lowered, does not so much as glance in your direction. With his hands folded underneath his robes, he makes a barely audible, unpleasant sound, a prayer in technolingua. What's going on here? The sacred compiler is ailing, your lordship. A gloom has come over the machine spirit, and they are disrupting the mechanism's operation. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows you a stack of paper, and you noticed at once that the rows of squiggles in each line end all with the same glyph. We summon the servants of the Omnissiah, but the machine spirits are none too eager to heed their prayers. The esteemed engine seer is in a state of tech prayer trance and hasn't moved from the spot for a day now. He shrinks his head into his shoulders timidly. I had the audacity to think the sacred compiler could be better helped by examining its parts, but who am I to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus? Let's see if there's any way I can help. Once clean candle wax is seeped inside the inner workings of the room much more easily. I have a thing that gives me increased tech use. Did I give that to somebody? Yeah. Let's put that on for now. 73% is better than 70.
Perfect.
Sensors of the text. Dead. A prayer to the Omnissiah makes quick. Basically works now.
I harbored higher expectations.
Over.
Oh, there's probably more things that need fixed farther away than just that.
Onward to
Yep, there we
victory.
go. Faulty transcriber. Ah, that's everything. Now talk to the astropath. I am a mech man of the mind. Your lordship, the astropath smiles at you. The shy, awkward smile of someone unused to smiling. The sacred mechanism is working again with no disruptions. With a trembling hand, the psyker hands you a strip of paper with smooth rows of etched characters, this time containing no errors. The engine seer rises proudly to his feet and says in low Gothic, a language he clearly has not had much practice in. With sacred words and virtuous thoughts turned towards the God Emperor, I have been able to pacify the mechanism's wayward spirits. The ominous sigh of breath. I should rather say it was my efforts that helped to make the machine operational. The engine seer's eyes you respectfully, but with very sincere and poorly concealed confusion. I recommend installing 2 incense-burning units in this compartment to prevent the spirit's continued anger. The unit Zachary's Wheeze will be provided with a list of minor recommendations, 142 in total, for improvements to this compartment's maintenance. Failure to implement will result in sanctions on the part of the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood. Your lordship, I have something for you. The choir master hands you a sheet of paper with uniform lines and machine type etched into it. Thanks to your assistance in repairing the compiler, we have been able to interpret a most curious message. It contains a call sign for an agent of the revered Vortiver used in their especially important reports. Could it be a message from Vortiver? He was more likely the intended recipient. What does the message say? Only a few words. Limd Oranthus 11. The winds have ceased. It is done. Now, Lilimda is Vortivor's call sign for special reports, but the rest is a code we are unfamiliar with. That said, we know where to look for the truth. The Odanthus 11 system. When was the signal sent? I cannot say with certainty, my lordship. Following the repair work, I went through text that had defied coding before. The signal had lost its way in the bowels of the mechanism. Could be a week old or years. We'll get to the bottom of that message. I have no doubt of that, your lordship. I have stuff to deal with. Goodbye, your lordship. Void Ship Shrine. I like these new places. New stuff to do. Confessor Adalbert. Confessor Adalbert, a plump, rosy-cheeked old man, is lighting candles, taking his time with each. Glints of fire dance on his heavy golden aquila, and in his sky-blue eyes as he addresses you smiling. The Emperor protects your lordship. Are you here to pray or to have mundane matters brought you to me? There is an incredibly profound quality to his voice, and he speaks with mesmerizing timbre. A strange rash broke out all over my body after a visit to the lower decks. Can you help me? Adalbert carefully studies the inflamed blisters on your skin. An affliction of the unclean, your lordship. Those who have abandoned his light and shunned all care of the body as well as the spirit. Allow me to cleanse your mortal flesh of the seeds of corruption with a sanctive prayer. Let us play, Confessor. Adalbert opens a hefty volume titled The Sanctive Hymn of Sufferers and recites the first 40 verses in a chanting voice. 2 hours of incessant prayers later, despite your knees and shoulders burning with strain, your inflamed skin still torments you with unbearable itching. Continue the prayer. The vigil continues for 2 more hours straight. Your mind is clearer and you feel much better, but it is still not enough to rid you of the affliction. And bless the loyal servant, so strength may and health may return to the body that guards the borders of the Imperium. Endure and pray. At some point, the ship's evening gong breaks your stupor, and you note with surprise that your abscess blisters are gone and your skin is now barely even red where it was previously inflamed. Abelard dabs at the sweat of his brow with the edge of his robe and smiles warmly. The God Emperor never abandons his faithful, your lordship. Rest now. You will soon feel much better. Did I just talk to you? Nah, I don't want to ask about any of that shit. I don't want to be like, hey, can you tell me, like, somebody should offer a prayer? I'm guessing that's it's just going to be a continue. Yeah. Ancient looking chain sword. Fuel engine is missing. Initiate Zeke. The Emperor protects your lordship. How may it be of service? What is the relic sitting next to you? Intrigate looks over at the sarcophagus. The skeleton within is clutching an orb made of many tightly fitted hoops covering its glyphs. Covered in glyphs. A mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. It was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of the great missionary Nadine Alienkov. They believed there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness this moment of the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us. Do you have any ideas on how to open the orb? One of your predecessors was the last to attempt solving this relic's mystery. It happened a long time ago, before Lady Theodore was born. That's all I know. I'm going to solve the mystery of the orb. The initiate opens the lock and hands you the orb. Someone has already moved the hoops around, trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It will only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own question. The answer should presumably be formed using adjoining hoops. Form the questions in the orb's first quarter. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. Strength. For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. I don't trust myself. I'm gonna look this up. I don't trust myself not to fuck that up. And I'd rather not, like, lock myself out of something. What is this called? Relic puzzle. It might not have... Yeah, no one's... No one's done it yet. So, I'm gonna save. We're gonna save. That way, if we fuck up, we can reload. I wish to try opening the orb one more time. I'm pretty sure it's strength, because righteous will see strength in theirs. Scholars see strength in humanity's cradle. So I don't think it's... The greed will see me in gold. It might be the Emperor. Let me do the Emperor. Second quarter. I am within every human, and my loss is feared, for without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Faith. No, god damn it. I am poison, I am perdition, I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish rejected by the Emperor. Betrayal. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him. Purity. Okay, so nothing bad happens. We try strength. Weakness. Initiate Zaike. Let me see if I can find it. There, initiate Zaike puzzle. Void Ship Shrine. So it's throne, blood, weakness, and purity. And then there's another one that requires us to split up the party and do things. Okay. Throne. What was it? Throne, blood, weakness, purity. The orb comes alive. Its hoops shift around with alarming speed, coming together and folding into each other until the orb opens completely, laying its treasure bare. Missionary oath. Once per combat, if the wearer doesn't use any abilities during their turn, they can end their turn to immediately grant all adjacent allies an extra turn with 1 AP. I'm probably not going to use that. Just 1 AP? Not worth it. The initiate stares at the relic in your hand, stunned. How strange and exciting it is to behold the holy object that was laid hidden from the eyes of so many years. Truly it is a great day upon which the rogue trader himself has revealed the legacy of great missionaries to us all.
Let's see this through.
A powerful maul rests inside the glass. The inscription on the relic reads, I am Wrath, I am the cleansing. Whoever wields me walks in the footsteps of Furia. Does it have to go in order? Yes, okay. So first off, press that button. So that's Cassia. The first one is here.
that one. Oh no, that was wrong. What's the next one? So one, oh, over there. Two. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that. Okay. 3. 4. 5.
They say I have a magnetic personality. That certainly explains why I keep attracting trouble.
Unquenching Fury. Whenever the small pushes the target, the distance it pushes is increased by +5 cells, and the collision damage is increased by 50. Interesting. That's going to Avalanche.
Let's seize the moment.
One gets Power Swing, and then he gets Harsh Shove, and it shoves even farther. More things for him to do! Yay! Void Ship Bridge. Now let's quickly do a stop at the prison planet, deal with that crap. And then we'll go to the actual planet to do more of this main story shit. I mean, this is all part of the main story shit, but you know what I mean. Ah, she's down there. I want to go talk to her.
Domin.
She puts away the dagger she's been using to reopen her freshly closed wounds. If the Undying One whispers my name, will you carry out his will?
Lords and wretches are equal before death. If such is the Undying One's will, I will guide you to him, Domin.
I would like to know more about the sacred mysteries of the Death Cult.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
Can you teach me to follow the tenets of the Bloodspun?
The tenets are knowledge, an art that is passed down from one generation of the blood-spun web to the next. Even so, there are spinners who will never fully comprehend this knowledge in the time allotted to them by the Undying One. The tenets dictate how one follows the thread of life, but they are also the thread itself, from first breath to last. The tenets cannot be taught, they must be lived. Only then will you understand.
Okay. Tell me about yourself.
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the Undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
How succinct. Do you dislike talking about yourself? A look of curiosity flashes across Kibella's face before it is masked by her utterly stoic indifference.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does not know me. So I have grown accustomed to taciturnity in matters regarding myself. Ask, and I will try to give you an answer that will satisfy your thirst for knowledge.
Your fighting style is unique. Do you think it's something I can learn?
None dispute your skill in close combat. Your body is well hardened, and perhaps you could even learn some of our techniques. Our art, however, is more than just patterns of movement. It is one's ability to give oneself completely to the dance of death. To fight as we do, you would have to empty your being, to start anew, to reject both the title of Domin and all the memories of your own past.
Tell me about your past.
I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me.
What was it like growing up in the cult? What do you remember?
When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut and wander through the bays for months at a time. Starving, surviving, dying. This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew.
Yeah, this is 40K in a nutshell.
When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain. Our blood became resistant to toxins, and our focus could not be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him. When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him.
I can see now why you were the best assassin in the cult. The cost was worth it.
Those who devote themselves to the service of the Undying One must be prepared to pay any price. Emotions, blood, life, death, memory. We all must lose what we hold most dear. to become a spear in his hand. Some may lose everything, but they will also gain everything.
Do you truly feel no pain at all?
You can see for yourself.
Tormenting yourself almost seems to give you pleasure.
Is it possible to experience pleasure if one feels nothing?
Let's see if you are impervious to pain. Instrument of small, sophisticated torture tools are laid out before you. Stab the sharp prongs of a steel fork beneath her clavicle.
You have found an interesting use for this tool, yet it still serves its purpose.
That is enough.
Do you have other questions?
Nope, that's it.
It is not difficult to speak the truth. May the undone.
I can't wait till we get Malzahar with her. That's going to be an interesting thing. He who revels in torturing pain out of people, and she who feels no pain. That is going to be an interesting little, like, headbutt of ideologies and shit. I wonder if he's going to be pissed off that he can't, like, get her to feel pain, or if he's going to be, like, scared or something. To the prison! Oh, we've leveled up. Okay. We'll take care of that when we land. I know usually I land on the main planet before coming here, but I just felt like coming here first.
All souls cry out for salvation.
Why can't I level up?
Over there!
Come in, escort. This is Captain Vahir. Escort, please come in. I might have to save and reload. It seems something's gone a bit wrong. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saint's teeth, I never thought you'd come. I am rogue trader Kalkrok Nagel von Valancius. Now introduce yourself. At once, sir. The woman stands at attention. Captain Raquel Vakir, servant of House Winterscale and the pilot of the shuttle. It is an honor to be greeting His Lordship von Valancius. What happened to you? There's been a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it is being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Agathagon Castigelia. He has allied himself with the rabble that he himself was supposed to watch, and declared Riccati Filia to be independent of the authority of the system's lawful governor. I came here on a shuttle piloted alongside the Honorable Evane Winterscale, son of Caglios Winterscale, rogue trader, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity, she details, enunciating every word of her overlord's title.
Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally, so he could put an end to his lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead and... She grows paler. I haven't been able to contact him over Vox for a very long time now. Vain. Abelard mutters, stroking his beard. One of his younger offsprings, yes? That is much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to pt.5 on behalf of his father, rogue trader Caglios Winterscale. The great regent would not have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means whatever happened in this terrible, melodious place, we must aid this man of noble blood. Is there anything I should be appraised of before I head out? Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through here, through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please, take caution, your lordship. Lord Winterscare's guards mined the entrance so the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. No more questions. The woman freezes for a moment, asking hesitantly, Your lordship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't ever have dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation... In any case, have you been to the capital of Rykard Minoris yet? I want to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper. I have not yet been to Rykard Minoris and know nothing of this officer's fate. That's a shame. May the Emperor keep that fool from harm. Thank you for your time, your lordship. She bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off the planetoid as soon as possible. Yeah, I'm getting the level up thing there, so main menu. Let's see if just reloading will fix it. Because I'm not getting, like, the thing that shows all of my troops at the top either. There we go. Yes, there, I fixed it. Maybe. Oh, I have to select. Okay, Just simple upgrades. Do.
There we go. Had that earlier. Going to main menu, reloading, fixed it. Yeah, that's what I did. Chaos! Having 2 blood dancers is gonna be fun. All the debuffs.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Stop.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. The Emperor favors me today.
Let's see. Grab that. Just because I want it. Something down that way, but we're gonna get attacked first.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Hi, guys.
Your Emperor won't save you.
Aim for the heart next time.
Kill 2 people. Good job,
To
Cassia.
non-believers.
I love Cassia.
On in, maggot.
Ah, over penetration. Okay. Good to know that it does that. Haha. Yeah. All the blood. Blood blessed. Creatures deal +2 more to each stack of blood blessed. Ah, okay.
momentum.
Scream! No one's considered. Never mind, I screwed that up.
Let's get to it.
Stop running away, you coward! Dare you dodge?
My blade whispers your name. Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed.
Come on, Grenadier. Is this really how you want to go out? Because, I mean, I'm all for it.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Collect all the knives. Okay. That's a lot of bodies. Prison guard key, I'll take that. The dark forces of chaos corrupt this land. My brethren, the dawn is nigh. The Optimites will guide us to new existence. Ah yes, dear brethren, have a taste of my steel. Oh, how I've longed for this, my dear brethren. Thank the throne. Normal-looking faces. We thought we were gonna die here with these nutters. The old man with a gaping, gap-toothed smile drops his weapon and holds it out his hands in a placating gesture. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot. But, well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in on the festivities. So we had to, play along. But that's all it was. Play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medineth, nor to the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance, eh? We just want to wait until everything blows over and we can get back to ourselves and quietly go do the rest of our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. The low-born speech is mottled with colors that conceal his true darker hues. This old man is a long history of lies, and he is using his wiles on us as well, but I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. If I spare you, what do I gain from it? Now, how can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your noble self? Ah! I have an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves, some rackard minors, debtors, gutter snipes. They're no one serious. Now we, your nobleness, are caught from a different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from that void. Why don't we tell you where on Footfall Station? You know Footfall? The old shipyard and best market in all of the Kronos Expanse? Yeah, so where on Footfall you might find some serious business-minded people and how you can get yourself some very special discount from them on some very special goods. A kind of very serious people. The most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the largest pirate alliance in the Expanse. There is no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, counterproductive. But cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. And, well, their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow. And I, your nobleness, just so happen to know someone who handles such kinds of dealings on behalf of those very serious people. Your pirates? I came across a void ship belonging to your associates. They were planning on breaking you out. The man grunts, huffs, then makes up his mind. Well, now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come get us a long time ago, but they got tied up somewhere. Void Krakens gullet with them. And in all this time we had to wait, this happened? Pardon me for trying to pull the synth wool over you. It's just that we want nothing to do with this whole warden nonsense. So what now? Will you let us go? Idra cracks her neck. Sure, no problem. Today you tell us a little lie. Tomorrow you stick a torpedo in our side from that ship of yours. If it doesn't fall apart the moment our helmsman sneezes in its general direction. Very well, I shall spare you. Oh, that's so great to hear, your nobleness. Just great. Now, there's a true aristocrat. Not that warden creep. Now then, your nobleness, where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's this district there, the Shadow Quarters. It's called that because it's located behind the statue of our holiest emperor. I've known people who call it something else, also on account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wasted no time finding and burning them all. Forgive an old man for getting distracted. So, Footfall, the Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there, built into the remains of an old ship. And in that bar, in the back room, a certain Riza does her business. Tell her Grandpa Beckerville says hello. You'll be her favorite client in the blink of an eye. There we are. Well, your nobleness, we'll be going now, if you don't mind. I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the warden's henchmen. Go, tell my pilot that it is his lord's captain order that you be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon as a rogue trader.
Thanks. We are most grateful, your nobleness. The old man glances at you somewhat skeptically, but then smiles and leaves. I mean, we're getting people out of here. Fuck what's happening. Though we're also looting everything. Just an axe and a lasgun. Demolition! Thank you.
Keep your senses keen.
Let's see, Diviner Staff. That's definitely going to what's her name. Even though she's not going to be on my fucking team forever. Consign Hero Act. What does Consign do? The next hit against the target will be an automatic critical hit. That's nice. And useful. Build a bridge. Open door. Game. To the open pit. Note to self, don't accidentally click Blade Dance next to an ally. I did that myself. Right next to Cassia. It was like, oh no. I don't want to kill, I don't want to kill Cassia, no. Poison gas. No. We're going from the back.
Stay sharp.
Hi! I told you, Evie. They are hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front before him. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. But Aurora, she is different. She spoke with me like no one ever had before. She revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes he's not alone and turns to you. He is clutching a long, thin metallic rod with blood dripping off it. We have guests? From the Von Valencia ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It is important that you feel everything, including your other eye. As the warden is speaking, a strange sensation draws your attention towards the ground, specifically an open pit in the loose dirt. A single word spontaneously surfaces in your mind. Cradle. The pit itself does not appear to be of much interest, but at some point it has something of great importance. Something faintly familiar to you. The warden's words are suddenly drowned out by a chorus of voices in your head. The entity that still dwells in the recesses of your mind rejoices in a cacophony of cries. This place, it holds great significance for the entity. In the frantic chanting of the voices, you can almost make out words that speak of an ancient grave, one that was opened, for it contained a priceless treasure, the most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after a centuries-long search. Such dreadful shades. Cassia recoils and covers her mouth. The colors of this place. They are putrescent to the core. And these people, their colors are oozing with madness and despair, pain and doom.
Step away from the hostage at once. The warden sneers and glances at the maimed young man. Hostage? How rude. Young Winterscale is my guest and dearest friend. He came here himself to visit his old acquaintance and have a heartfelt talk, and I am merely showing him some appropriate hospitality to commemorate our reunion. As if echoing his words, Evian lets out a weak moan. How dare you, contemptible peasant? For every drop of noble blood you spill, you will pay 100-fold more. Cassia turns to you for support with an expression that is in equal part indignant and frightened. Abelard shakes his head somberly. That poor fool. I knew nothing good would come of his naive attempt at negotiating with heretics. However, Yvain appears to still be alive. If we make haste, we might yet save him. Having a scion of House Winterscale in your debt would certainly prove beneficial. Who is Aurora? Oh, so you managed to barge in here and interfere with the prophetess's design without even knowing who she is. But it is too late now. You will never attain sight. All you can do is accept your fate. You may have accidentally killed Argenta? No! He suddenly stirs like a predatory beast. I do not like it when people take the prophetess Aurora's name in vain. I desire your death, enemy of the truth. The warden raises his hand, and the maimed people start thrashing about in their death throes. The time for words has passed. Optimates, give your power to the harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth, or become awash in blood.
Your execution is assured.
We like...
Emperor won't save you.
We like being awash in blood. Thank you very much.
Let's make it quick.
Pain cleanses the body.
Out of my way.
Buff me? No. Click the buff. Buff me. Buff me again. And then... debuff the warden. Make him take a crit. And then actually do that too.
Death to the weak. Ah!
I am your doom.
I keep forgetting that she can't fucking fire in melee. And that's an annoyance. Burn.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Crush the feeble. I am your doom.
Oh yeah, I've got to destroy these things, the unholy lenses. But killing these guys is also good. give myself iron arms.
They won't expect this.
He's still on fire. Damn. I don't have my death from above. Son of a bitch. Open your eyes. Okay, Abelard. There. Charge that guy. Good job. And then move there. Brace for impact. Ouch. Buffs. I give out the buffs.
I need your aegis, O Emperor.
Well, I didn't mean for that to happen, but make the next hit against him be a critical hit. Okay, heal yourself because you are actually very low. Honestly, getting her point blank is probably the better option, but I'm already over here. Come on. Bullshit. Okay, you killed your own guy. Good on you.
Trust me.
That doesn't count as killing. That's an annoyance.
I am a navigator, not a surgeon.
Abelard, make sure to go kill those guys.
Indeed. One fewer target.
There. Auto fire and in. Didn't get the kill, but that's fine. Burn him in holy fire. Fire always works.
High momentum.
Let your soul be purged.
Get up there and take out that sniper, Abelard. This is Sparta. Oh, that didn't do anything. I didn't even have to destroy the lenses. I just killed him enough times. Haha. Sucker. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips and his voice is barely audible, but even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Yvain Winterscale of Cronus. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Eric 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help, Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul, for he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume. The sacred child of House Arcelio. How disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, Yvain looks away in shame. I find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful and tragic circumstances. Conserve your strength. You're wounded and need help. Wounded? I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, perhaps. Have you ever...
had your eyes burned out? This was my first time. I cannot say I recommend the procedure. He is either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from the pain. What have they done to you? The warden. My friend. I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Speaking as a struggle, but he continues somberly. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. I must take my leave. I will see to it that assistance is provided to you, and that you are escorted from here. He nods, giving in to oblivion. Grab all the loot. Now, normally I was using that sword as well, but I think I prefer the bleeding swords that I have. Your eye is drawn to the shards of an enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first you are uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way. Just the same way as the shard of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valancius' desk. What is the matter, Lord Captain? What are you so interested in? Abelard trails off when he notices what you're looking at. He instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium Saints, it cannot be! Adira bites her lips. I see it too. Whatever that thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. What? What? Abelard is at a loss for words. He takes a moment to collect himself, and all at once he starts pouring out a hasty sputter. It's a mistake. Slander meant to besmirch the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now... This cannot be tolerated! It will not be tolerated! Come now, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Adira smiles, betrays her grief, but at the same time is strangely knowing. Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone headfirst into a black hole if she thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. Sister Argenta's beautiful face is full of grief. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood. But do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket and you no longer see a person. You see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. There is enough venom in Adira's voice to poison an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the archenemy. A person who has tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, my dear friend, I seem to remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side for even a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset. You just gave up on her and moved on. Adira is right. It's too soon to cast accusations of heresy. Kalkarok Nagel, do not be naive. Theodora kept an unsanctioned witch by her side like a pet. Do you really believe she would think twice about crossing the line in other ways?
I mean, I know she did, but not right now, I don't.
Marching ahead.
Your lordship? The rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. Is Lord Winterscale alive? Is he all right? He is safe and in one piece. I shall receive him as a guest on my ship, so ready the shuttle. There is a visible relief on the pilot's face. Clicking her heels together, she cheerfully balks out. Consider it done, your lordship. Thank you for the good news. So we've done everything except the planet. That's all that's left right now. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obscenity. The tech priests can deal with the vessel systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their task, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, and sometimes downright freeze as if in a trance. A click comes through the Vox channel, followed by a weary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations or of some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Idira joins the channel and chimes in playfully. Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folks have grown used to all that, so our resident ghost has decided to pick up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The technomants inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated, or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's task considerably more difficult, and High Factorum Gendoris Danrock would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He's awaiting your audience on the bridge. Can I save that for when we get this tech man? Or do I have to do it now? I'm hoping I can wait till I get the tech man. Because I kind of want the tech man with me in this. Loading, loading, loading. It is taking loading. It's taking quite some time. I don't know why. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloody faces of those who died in the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad Vertiver's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop! I did not wish for any of you to die! The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard when its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hand no longer holds a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon. A skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, here on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Never! Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it has become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the vision kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hand. Only the deep cut in your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remains of what was just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again. So you reach a shaking hand for your Vox and call a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head to the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. Oh yeah, those things. Adding to cargo. Put special items in here just because I don't want to get rid of them right now. That's just a bolt pistol. Don't need it. Do. Do. figuring out things that I can't get rid of because there's nothing that they do. I mean, I'll keep these ration cards because I might be able to do something with those down in, you know. Yeah, excuse me. Okay. Jesus Christ. Save. Do 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 do. Hi, boy. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Starport. Ah, I can level people up. Okay. Let me do that real quick. Not that button. This button. Over here with the 80% parry and dodge chance. I don't know what I have at the moment. I don't think it's that high. Blade Dancer, let's go. %10 bonus to dodge. I had to increase toughness a bit more though. Setting myself on fire hurts. Yeah, I bet it does. I could take nimble for increased dodge chance. I could take some of these things, which I think I want to do. Take Death Warden to give myself medkit use. Race against death. Maximum wounds are increased by blade cancer's dodge at a 10. Melee area attacks cost 1 less AP. dance partners. Yeah, I want to use that, so. Trying to think here. Blinding Blades get debuff. Don't give Blinding Blades to her because it won't stack. Escape Artist. I kind of want that one, yes. We're feeling no pain. Do I have any that cost wounds at the moment? No, I don't. So Escape Artist for now. If I ever want to go back and respec to try to fix some shit, I'll do that. Heavy weapons proficiency, that's fine. Flame weapon expert. Solid projectile weapon expert would be nice. Makes the solid projectiles deal 2 more damage. Though I would also like just bolt weapon expert because I plan to do use a heavy bolter when we get to it. Unpredictable. More crit, that's all I can think of at the moment. Attack use. Perception. Abelard. Could use that. Ramming speed. Give him more range for now. I think that is the best thing to do at the moment. Let's go. And while I know which character I'm going to be taking out when I have to, Adrilla, I still have someone that can help me, you know, kind of read people. Because my navigator is not leaving me. It's a war zone! The starport greets you with the din of ordnance, and the smell of explosive tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who's firing at whom. Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing! A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles towards you from behind the chunks of rock, crete, and crumpled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Unfortunately, she's also the worst in setup as a party member. Yeah. For now. Alright, so our scars are in lockdown. The rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it. And on a shuttle like that? Where'd you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He is visibly awed by the resplendent gold on your transport. Grab him, lads. We got ourselves a rebel landing force. Abelard turns purple. By the holy throne, what is this mess? Adira glances around. They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. Abelard, enlighten this rabble with the proper manners of greeting the God Emperor's chosen. Abelard clears his throat. You stand before road traitor Von Valancius, you ignorant worm! Snap to attention this instant and give his lordship a formal report! With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplary soldier, and barks, "My mistake, sir! At once! The starport is under control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sergeant..." A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with the piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls on the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, the sergeant turns back to you. "Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lasse Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve?" What is going on here? "Unrest, sir. Armed rebellion in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked, then it went up to the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the mag train stations." Then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Raykad Minoris. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. Cassia lets out a sorrowful sigh. "You may continue report, peasant." "My unit here was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priests linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Raykad Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures in order to increase the security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden detail. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came." You were late to ride on Raykad Minoris. "We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they're driving us out of here any minute." "You're doing a fine work, Malgar. And so are your troops. It's people like you that hold the Imperium together." "I live to serve!" The sergeant's grim voice rings with martyr's pride. "I'm going to go see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damn anti-aircraft battery, there is absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters. They better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here." Adira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she's looking through the sergeant. "You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands. Both yours and others. You know the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness." "Pardon me, milady, but I can't get my head around those fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight to my last drop." "You're a good soldier, Malgar. I'll see that your heroism is noted." The sergeant blushes slightly. "I live to serve!" Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. Rumors.
May his light harden our hearts. New trials await us in this place.
It's going
Loot
from bad to worse.
everything!
I
Loot
expected a typical dull
everything!
reception with the governor. Not more carnage.
Oh, Abelard, the carnage we are
Onward
going
to
to run
victory.
into. You don't even understand the carnage we are going to be witness to.
Another battle demands our attention.
I will level you.
Let's get to it. Here we go. Let's get to it.
Each strike is a prayer.
I don't like that you're close to me. Get away. You can't buff? Why can't you buff? There we go.
Show me what you've got. Time to slaughter someone.
They're killing their own people. How did you miss? Do that to move away and get into cover.
Follow my lead.
You're lucky I dodged that, you son of a bitch.
High momentum. Let's set this in motion.
Shove.
Let's make it quick.
They're killing themselves. Oh, the inhumanity. Oh, he's dead. That would be why. That would be why I couldn't fucking attack him. He was already dead.
Let's see this through.
Chest. Yay, trade goods. The young, shaggy-haired soldier is still pale. Nonetheless, as you approach, he holsters his pistol, the hallmark of good discipline. He gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what those babbling creeps wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Who are you? Lucky Jasper, the governor's aide and personal Vox operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders, the young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair. Are you unharmed? All thanks to you, my lord. Those blind lunatics are all over the city right now. These rebels, damn them to the void, go around maiming anyone they get their hands on and scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods driven mad by the pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense. He lowers his voice and adds with gravity. The command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense. It's heresy. Actual heresy. Because listening to it scrambles your brain. He made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob got hold of him and carried him from his post off to who knows where. What exactly were you doing here on your own? Following Governor Mendez's special instructions, namely. He grits his teeth with a pained expression, furrowed his brow. Oh, right, it's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it. I'm a rogue trader. Why don't I simply order you to tell me everything? It's well within my right. A rogue trader? After casting a quick glance over your gear, he nods in understanding. Oh, so you must be from House Von Valancia's ship. The Starport Augur surveillance station reported that it detected your ship entering the system. When you heaved to send a shuttle to another unidentified ship. A very strange one at that. And then the ship departed. Jasper pauses for a second and mumbles. But, the Augur's surveillance station reports are not to be disclosed to third parties, but you know that already, don't you? Well, alright. If you really are a rogue trader, I'll tell you everything. Why'd they send you to the starport? I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes. And, how should I put it? Assess the situation? The planet is in a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our Vox net and are now eavesdropping. This made proper communication impossible. The hollowed electrodynamic Cenobium has sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in this system? There's been a riot on Rykad Philia, the prison planetoid. Iraq V5 station went silent. Although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch. I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or the captain here could give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannons. He stops talking a little too abruptly. There's something you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets? He looks away. It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Raquel Vicari, the esteemed Devalian Winterscale's personal pilot.
When the riot reports came from Filia, Lord Evane headed there personally. When the rebellion started down here and we lost communication, no one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I wanted to find a place that's high up, set up a Voxcaster here, and send them a transmission. The sky's closed off. Do not try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those damn blind dogs chase after me. And as I was running, I tripped and broke the caster. He hangs his head sadly. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of a Void Ship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant to the Emperor is to their duty, there is always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. Worry not, for your Requel is alive. I met her on the Rykad Filia. Really? That's marvelous. May the Emperor protect her for 1,000 years and then 1,000 more for bringing... Or protect you for 1,000 years and 1,000 more for bringing me such good news. He beams in elation. In the name of my firstborn, I'll name my firstborn after you, I swear. In fact, I'll name all my children after you. I have no more questions. It was my pleasure to be of service to you, my lord. It's been nice to chat to someone normal. He glances warily at the body of the nearest plane lunatic. I must take my leave. You're right. We shouldn't stay here, or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a safe place to watch the sky for any landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lord. I'm not gonna torture the man. There's no reason to try and do that. Take all that. Thank you very much.
Your execution is assured.
I'll bleed you dry.
Let's get to it.
Let's fucking go!
Here we go.
How did you fucking miss?
The other side awaits.
Seriously, you keep missing and it annoys the shit out of me. My bad.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Hold on. Let's make it quick.
Show me what you've got.
Buff.
How dare you parry me, you filthy casual? Buff myself. Jump.
Time to slaughter someone.
I'm liking the dodge. Like how it looks.
Let's get to it.
Ended up killing your own guy, but that's fine.
Death is a blessing.
Shove! Loot everyone.
Never doubt me.
I do not doubt you, don't worry. Pascal!
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Find it and let their enemies
What's he doing? Fall back!
Boom! Pasquale!
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
I might give you the autocannon, to be perfectly honest. The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half his face.
Not another step. Flee, for I am death.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ugh, blast it!
Abelard, this is no time to lose your composure. Present me!
Rogue trader Von Valancius greets you, honored tech priest, and graciously grants you permission to remain in his presence.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House Von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation. The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
Oh, whoops.
This was my doing.
Yeah. How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a safety machine without even laying a finger on it?
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
Who are you?
I identify as Magnus Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orcelio's star charts in the Furibundus system, not far from the void colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence,
I wasn't there.
they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
You must be quite devoted to your mentor to willingly wade into this mess for him.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death. With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumphant service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
Join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Sorry, Adira. But he's also an operative, so don't want to double up on that. Intelligence. Do 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 do.
Oh boy.
Joint analysis. Take aiming protocols, because as soon as I can get a fucking plasma weapon on him, I'm gonna to do that. Dismantling attack. But I don't have a plasma weapon yet. Alright, I put her bolter away. Sadly, that's gonna have to do. Yes, give me skirmisher boots. Check the goods. A bolter? But it's not her bolter, that's the only thing that fucked that up. But I could still put that on her. Because right now the autocannon isn't good on her right now. Heavy bolter would be better. Oh, Pascal can't even equip it. That's weird. I guess for now, put the bolter on you? Yeah. Okay, have a nice night, Varel. I'm probably gonna be going to bed soon, too. Honestly, I'm gonna save here. Drop a save, because we've been going for 5 hours. I need to take a break, get some sleep, watch a few things on YouTube, because I need to wind down. So, who's online right now? I can raid. Mr. Common Rider's online. Don't see any of my other... I mean, Benicula's online. But I think I'm going to raid Kamen Rider. Anyways, thank you for showing up. Thank you for hanging out. Definitely going to be continuing this next time. Don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. If I do, it'll fucking be very late at night. Because I get off at 11. But Thursday, definitely. It'll either be more of this or Age of Mythology. I might bounce back and forth between the two. It might just be what I kind of feel like playing at the time. Anyways, see y'all next time. Be nice, be cool, be safe, and have some fun. See ya!
Last time on